Um, all right. Hopefully. All right. Looks good. All right. We're here. We're back. All right. Here. We're live. Not no. All right. I am back on. Hopefully. Let's take a look at this. Uh, all right. I'll wait a few minutes here. All right. Somebody's got a programming in Haskell. That's wild. All right. I'll be here for a few more minutes to kind of. All right. Terrence Crawford. Yeah. Hey, Skynet. I'm glad you made it back. All right. Very good. All right. Yeah, I'm just waiting for everybody to get back on the stream. Oh, damn. How did that happen? That's what I want to know. Hmm. I love those like a good thumbnail. That is perfect. I'm telling you, man. Canelo's coming. Dude, I swear, I hope Canelo beats I mean, I hope Crawford beats Canelo's ass, but it won't happen. I live in Canelo land anyway, here in Mexico. Like I live like 15-20 minute drive from where he grew up. Yeah. Oh, absolutely. Yeah, I'll definitely join your Discord group. And yeah, I would love to, like cuz I actually liked this distro. I did. Um is it on your website? Okay. Mokashino. I think that's how you pronounce it, right? Anyway. Yeah. All right. All right. All right, where can I get in touch? I don't do Slack. I do Discord. No. Yep, declare. Oh, okay. Gotcha. All right. Come on. Really? Oh, um, I don't know what to put here because I don't know the answer. What would be the answer here? Give me a good answer. I'll put X. What Skynet? What would be a good answer here? There's a stream now. Okay, somebody. No problem. Just give me a good answer. I'll I speak English and Spanish. Although I might be tackling German here fairly soon. Only because I have family in Germany. I'm just going to put an X if you don't mind. All right. All right. Just review it and. Oh, I'm sorry. I already just put X, but whatever. Just if you can. I'll do it later. Okay. Um, I'm a member of Mokashino. I think that's how you pronounce it, right? Mokashino. Let me put you right below you, Blue. And all right. Okay, cool deal. So anyway, oh, why did I do that? Oh, come on. There we go. All right, sounds good. Sounds good. Somebody's blowing me up on my new stream died? I don't think so. Ah, no way. I don't think so. No. My old stream died. Yes, you're right. My new stream is up and running. All right. Thank you. Yeah, I'm definitely going to be taking a look at this because like I use Universal Blue right now, but I actually want to get away from it because who wouldn't want to no, I'm just kidding. No, Universal Blue is great. But it's got a lot of stuff that I don't need. Ben was crying the other day. He was like, I don't like it. I'm like, come on, dude, really? Like, just because it's a little different doesn't mean it's bad. If I spent a day, I would have my system set up pretty well. Hmm. But anyway, um, all right. So anyway, thank you so much, Skynet. I really appreciate it, and hopefully, and okay. So anyway, hopefully we can um, collaborate a little bit. And also, Skynet, if you ever want to come on this channel, you're more than welcome to. I would love to have you. Yeah. So anyway, Skynet, yeah, I would love to have you on my channel anytime. Just you name it. You name the day, the whatever, we'll do it. Okay. So anyway, um, you never step into the light. You're a legend. Do you know how many people would watch this? Like, I mean, it would be like if like the founder of I mean, almost as much as like it would probably be like kind of similar to like the founder of Arch Linux almost like you you're well known. Like your distro is well known and has, longevity behind it. But anyway, it's up to you. Okay, cool. I'm kind of I was interested. I'm always interested in interviewing developers, talking to them, and that sort of thing. But if you never want to show your face, I totally respect that. But yeah, that would be one hell of a collab. I'm just saying. All right. Anyway, yeah, um I'll definitely take you up on it. I'll have I'll have some pretty good questions. I don't. It didn't seem like there was that much though that was that complicated. It was just different than I'm used to. So I think just like now, if I had to like go back and redo it, I think it'd be okay. Oh, Darren. You heard the wrong voice if that's what you heard. That's all I'll say. All right. Anyway, Skynet, or yeah, thank you so much for inviting me onto your Discord channel. And I might have a couple of questions, but yeah, I think for the most part, it was just kind of surprised me. No, not at all. Not at all. You're great. Hey, oh my God, you are such a gentleman. Oh my God, Skynet, no, stop, please. You're such a gentleman. No, anytime if a developer comes on here, like I just feel honored. So yeah. Yeah, but anyway, yeah. No, you're great. Yeah. No, actually, like that, I'm glad you came on here. And please just feel free to like join my stream anytime. I check out different distros I find interesting. Sometimes I'm coding, sometimes I'm, setting up, certain functions with, or certain, like I'm rolling out my NeoVim configuration. I mean, there's a lot of things that I do. So, yeah. And it's funny, I'm sitting there trying to roll out my NeoVim configuration, but I barely know any Lua. Sounds good. I'll definitely do that. A Q&A. That's good. Yeah. So now I'm gonna have to like Google this Sabayon. Got it. Oh, you don't say. It's like I mean, yeah, obviously an Italian dish, but all right. I gotcha. And then you'll have a mochaccino. I think that's how you pronounce it. That is clever. That is so clever. Wow. Pretty easy to do. Oh, yeah. Yeah, I gotcha. Nice little cookie there or something. All right. Got ya. And then you have a nice cup of coffee. I got you. All right. That makes perfect sense. Wow. Uh, anyway, I am definitely on here, and that is so enlightening. And you know what? Yeah, feel free to come on and join and um that sort of thing. Also, like, I'll throw this out here. Maybe we should have like a. Oh man, I just got done with it. It's on that other. It's on that other stream. I already got done showing it. I would love to do it again, but like that's kind of defeating the purpose. But um, Yeah. Yeah, it's an interesting. Okay, yeah, do that. Accretion, all right. So now, hopefully this doesn't take a dump on me. All right. This thing's going to be slower enough. Oh my god. I can already see this being slow. Luberri. We're gonna I think it's probably Debian 12. I don't even remember, to be honest. I'm gonna give it a little less than it had before in memory because it just went off rails. We're at 40 gigs. I think we're gonna be good. Um, no, 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 no. It's fine. You're cool. You're cool. But anyway, we should have like, so Skynet. I just have a question. If there was like a stream with different developers, like distro devs and stuff, and you didn't have to show your face, would you be willing to come on and just chat with us? I mean, it's an idea. That's all. I'm just like throwing. I'm just trying to get ideas out there. So please don't take it personal. But I mean, if you're not willing to do that, it's fine. I just, you know, I want to respect your privacy and everything else. But don't worry about hijacking my stream. You're so not doing that. Okay, you're a legend. Like in my book, you're like a complete legend. And I mean, a lot of the stuff that I saw the other day was really interesting to me. I was really impressed. Like how far it's gone over the years. Like, using like the Docker images and stuff. It was really interesting to me. All right, now, hopefully this doesn't take a dump on me. All right, genius. You just opened that twice, probably. Anyway, I'm just trying to get ideas. So, like, if you're, like I said, if you're not willing, I'm totally cool with it. Um, so anyway, like maybe like maybe that would be cool because then we could probably have some sort of stream where we English, yes, welcome, welcome. I had a friend of mine who all right, let's do that. That's fine. You got a minimal edition installation something. All right. Yeah, I have a friend of mine who has been he's been interviewing everyone. He's even interviewed like TJ DeVries, the contributor for NeoVim. But Anyway, like if people don't want to do that, it's fine. I just, it's an idea that I have. Or Luberri. Luberri. I have tried Gentoo. In fact, Gentoo is the first distro I ever used. That's a long story. I'll tell that story. That's a funny story, actually. So I had this old iMac G5, right? And this was that edition right before it went Intel. And so I got half of an upgrade because it came with it came with Tiger. And so if I remember right, it came with Tiger. It might have came with 10.3. I don't remember. I remember it coming with Tiger though. Anyway, then I was able to upgrade to Leopard, which was 10.5, except I didn't really get like the full benefits of that upgrade. You know, like with Macs you get like indefinite upgrades, right? Not here. Anyway, so when I got like I couldn't revert back to Tiger because it was too old. You know how Macs are sometimes. Anyway, so that was what 2009 or 10. Anyway, I basically spent about 3 weeks figuring out how to install Gentoo Linux, and the reason why was because like there was only a couple of distros I would get past a bootloader. It was Linux Mint. Like there was an edition of like Linux Mint, I think, or it might have been Debian, I don't remember, and Gentoo. Well, I tried the Linux Mint and it didn't work. It didn't get past the bootloader, but the Gentoo edition did. So I had to figure out how to install Gentoo, and it took me about 3 weeks. But I used Unix or BSD since the 90s. So like a lot of the commands, even though some of them were new, I knew Bash, so it wasn't totally foreign to me. Yeah. So anyway, yeah, I've definitely used Gentoo. um, and the only reason why I don't use Gentoo is because I got this channel and like making videos is kind of a headache. Now I think I could probably use Gentoo, but like before flat packs were around, I don't think I could have. But anyway, yeah, I use Gentoo. Anyway, yeah, pretty wild. And then about 2 years, yeah, about 2 years later, I I guess it was I guess a little over a year later, I think I installed Wooby on a laptop alongside Windows, and I really liked Ubuntu. So, it had the Unity 7 desktop. I loved it. Even though my system would crash every 2 or 3 weeks, I loved it. And then when I got tired of it crashing, I went to Arch Linux. I was there for about 10 years. Ah, All right, let's see about this. I'm excited. Again, cheers, everyone. Anyway. Yeah, that's my Gen 2 story. When people bellyache about installing Arch Linux as their first distro by hand, I laugh at them. There's never really been a problem on the computer I haven't been able to solve with adequate time. So, yeah. Pretty cool. Oh, man. Let's see here. Let's get. Oh, no. Oh, I see. That's cool. I I've I've used Red Hat a couple of times. Yeah. Yeah, I tried out Fedora pretty early on. Like when you had to like install it with like 8 different CDs or whatever. Yeah, that was a little interesting. I hated that. All right. Alrighty. Oh. So if anyone's wondering, I have a Viking have a 50-year-old Yamaha. People might think it's not worth anything. Man, it's worth the world to me, so. I used to have a Les Paul. All right. All right. A little like nostalgia here. Thanks. Yeah, I used to play. Well, I've never been one to play punk rock, but like metal, like no. Wait, I'll get it here. Like like. How does that go? Jesus, I'm playing terrible today. All right, I'll do something else. Man, I'm really Black Sabbath, no Metallica, but yeah, I do know. Like on acoustic, it's hard to play Black Sabbath. I can't remember how to do that. I don't remember it actually. Let's see. Just more finger style. Ah, today I'm playing like crap. Ah, I'm playing like crap today. That beer probably just made me way too relaxed. Yeah, blues. Yeah, I can play blues all day long. Like, okay, so like. I do definitely get the idea. Yeah. Mm. A cigar. Okay. It's on his website, but yeah, I'll show you the website. I was just on it. Um, Ay, bueno. Yeah, muy rápido. All right, I'll be right back, guys. 1 second. Uh-huh. Oh, there it is. Wait, it's not what I was looking for. Okay. Who's all with me? All right. I'm still here. Hey, Skynet, it was nice meeting you. Acreetion, Darren, are you still here? All right, let's restart this guy. I'm really excited. Always something seems to happen or something in my streams, but oh, sorry. Yeah, very good. And let's see here. All right, that should be good. Let's go ahead and all right. You know, Skynet had some really cool things to say about this, so yeah, I thought you might be around. Oh, I had to go get some clothes outside. They were hanging on the line. So anyway, Skynet, it was nice to meet you again. Anyway, what a nice person. I always like it when cool people come up onto my stream. All right, very interesting. Let's see what. Oh, you're saying. Oh, yeah, there we go. Oh, we're doing another cinnamon. Let's say software. All right, we're gonna compare your cinnamon desktop to theirs. How about that? Anyway. All right. Ooh, looks good. Looks good enough for government anyway. Now I remember this desktop. All right. Very good. Configuration. Nice. I thought this was in English. I chose English. All right. Well, you know what? Give me a second here. I will change it. I forget how to do it though. I know that. Uh, wow, what was that? Oh, all right, some wind. All right. Okay. Yes. All right. Okay. Good deal. Let me go back to. Yeah, where's that? Okay, all applications. Good. Go to terminal. Let's see what kind of terminal they got. Probably like a dumb terminal, but okay. All right. So, by. Good. Okay. Vim. Okay. So sudo vim etc in environment. Oh, all right. So they're like, what? All right. What? And there we go. Got my capture on. All right. There we go. All right. All right. So now I think I should be able to just log out and log back in, right? Log out. Hopefully this does it. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Oh, come on. This takes forever. This is. Oh, okay. Well, they're not going to. So what's up with this? Does the there's something in the panel? Oh, come on, man. Really? All right. Maybe that will be it. What the hell is wrong with this? Can I do that? Oh, yeah. Man, what the hell is this up about? Some bullshit. They have this default that just. Oh my god, this is horrible already. All right, no problem. Ain't like I can't find my way around, right? I mean, like everything's. All right, so everything else is English except for like this here and that. Okay, I don't care about that. All right, so we have Audacity. I don't know what that is, but let's see. Calculator. This GNOME calculator. I bet you it is. All right. Well, I don't speak whatever this is. And it won't automatically. All right. This is GNOME. Oh, no. Yeah, this is a GNOME app. Yeah. Yes, it does. I'm not really too big on this. You know, like I don't want draw IO. That's pretty cool. It says full drawing utility. Yeah. All right. What the fuck is that? Oh no. All right. All right. Drawing.io. exe learning. File renamer files. Free file sync. Font viewer. Free tube. Free plane. That's free plane. I don't remember. I know this has like a lot of educational tools. Heimer. Free mind mapping. That's what I was thinking. A handbrake. Oh, that's important. Image viewer. Inkscape. Calcium. All right. Caden Live. Very important. Ksnip. Yeah, most everything is English. Like 90% of it's English. Map. Mold view. Libre CAD. Ksnip. Oh, that's the snapshot. Yeah, screenshot tool thing. Yeah. MuseScore. Interesting. Nextcloud. OBS Studio. OpenShot. Come on, folks. You don't need OpenShot. Like, that's like the most horrible. I don't know, though. I should try OpenShot again sometime, but I think it's going to be horrible. Screenshot. Tux Paint. Thunderbird. Voco Screen. That's a cool app. Settings. Boot repair. Wow. Paint. Window tiling. Blah, blah, blah. This is not a bad distro, all in all. At least not my estimation, but there's still some hiccups as far as I'm concerned. I think it's just meant to be like a European distro, maybe. Resume desktop wiki. Oh, okay. Interesting. So it's like a note taking app. Interesting. I'll have to take a look at that. Yeah, that is very interesting. PDF arranger. Yeah. Archive manager. Screen key. Ooh, we got a screen key. Screenshot. Hmm. We have some K-Touch. Vayon Master. What is this? Ooh, interesting. Ramina. Huh. Yeah, this is interesting. I think this is real time sync. Okay. And some other things. Synaptic Package Manager, because of course it's Debian based. Disk use. Interesting. All right. Um, I hope it doesn't have snap packages. That's the one thing I hope. Doesn't seem to though. No, it's pulling from the Ubuntu. Just over a gigabyte. It's not terrible at all. Huh. Nice distro. I mean, there's a lot of work that's went into this. Um, Most of it is in English, I would say, but I agree with you. That's a little. Yeah. Anyway, yeah, very interesting project. Something that I really wanted to check out, at least get on my channel. I saw it the other day and thought, wow, this is a really cool distro. Yeah, it kind of is. Yeah, pretty cool. Definitely worth checking out if you like that. Maybe you check it out in the future. Yeah. Yeah, it kind of drove me a little crazy looking at it. So, yeah, I kind of liked it. No, did they? I don't think so. I thought they used something else. They might have. Um, yeah. All right, let's see what we got. Wow. Why is like somebody does a Linux from scratch? You used to get like 15,000 views off of that. Now you get one view. How is that even fair? Yeah, there was a little bit of wobbly windows. Yeah, sure. Um, hmm. I'll tell you what, that shooter of Charlie Kirk, he's cooked. Like they know who he is. He's gonna be brought in. Dude, like, look, he doesn't look like he's that much. Seriously, like that dude's gonna really like prison. I don't know though. I mean, yeah, probably not. I agree with you. Probably don't care. It's one thing, like to disagree and over this stuff, but like like what does it matter? I think he probably will. Well, you know, I try not to be on that judgment seat, but I know what you're saying. Like, I think, I think that he's definitely cooked. Yeah. Yeah, I don't think he'll be walking the streets for more than, yeah. Well, I'll tell you what, that you may think you go easy, but I'll tell you this, you know, I don't think it would be easy once he dies. I'll just say it that way. Yeah, I mean, I like justice too, don't get me wrong, but, I try to leave certain things in the hands of God because that's where it belongs. Yeah, it's not my place. Hmm. Oh, I bet you they get him within a day, probably. But the thing is everybody's gonna sit there and decry that the left did something. How many left wing people were on Charlie Kirk's um on different shows of his? Oh yeah, I'm sure there are. And so if anyone, I mean, I have to say it, like, you know, that's kind of it. You know, there are definitely satellites. So, but what is this Murray dude over here? Like that dude, Douglas Murray just needs to go back to what's he doing on Joe Rogan here? He just needs to like. Is that Joe Moore? No, it isn't. Who is that? I thought that was Douglas Murray. Oh, okay, never mind. Everybody and their dog has to weigh in on this. But everyone, I mean, there were so many people on the left that were on his shows. That invited him on their shows. I mean, like the Young Turks, like were on his, like various members of the Young Turks were on his show. He was on their show. No, the left was not responsible for this. That's no, sorry, that's just not true. You know, and he wasn't like there are some people like if you take a look at like a right winger like Sean Hannity, right? Like, dude, that dude's got Donald Trump's jock strap in his mouth. I mean, come on. Like there's no critical thought there whatsoever. But with Charlie Kirk, like he was like a mixed bag, so it tells me like there was some thought there, like I mean, he was kind of an honest actor, even if I don't agree with everything that he thought or stood for. Yeah, I don't know, man. Shut up, Lauren Bobert. She's such a bimbo. I'm sorry, she's clueless. Although I don't know, maybe I might get surprised, like 3 or 4 years from now. Like maybe she'll grow up like Marjorie Taylor Greene did. Like Marjorie Taylor Greene is kind of cool now. Yeah, he did. Yeah, he was an honest actor. Like There's some people that aren't. Like Sean Hannity doesn't want to talk to anyone. He just wants to have a monologue. Like anytime somebody tried to like give an answer, he'd talk over them and stuff. He was completely rude and obnoxious. There's that pudwhacker Douglas Murray. Like he definitely has to get in on the action, right? Except he's a complete asshole. I mean, I'm sorry. I have no respect for him. Like Joe Rogan invited um that one dude, the libertarian dude, and him to just like talk. And he just wanted to pick Douglas Murray's brain. He wasn't like, here's my position, and like he really wanted to have a conversation. Douglas Murray wasn't having any of it. He just sat there and insulted the dude. And no respect for that guy. I've seen him do that 2 or 3 times. Like that Finkelstein dude. Like it's Destiny's trying to have a conversation with him, on Lexus podcast. Yeah, I'm sure. Yeah. Of course, there's all these gravy seals that are sitting there. Yeah, man, we should have a civil war, man. Get the get out of here with that garbage. No, seriously. And of course, there's Bill O'Reilly. He's gonna say the left's all to blame for it. Yeah, okay, neocon. But I am that does cut though, man. Like, and to me it's like there's a lot of people on the left, a lot of grown-ups, like even like Van Jones. Do you think Van Jones would ever want this to happen to somebody like Charlie Kirk? I mean, I bet you anything Van Jones would have the coolest conversation with with Charlie Kirk. I saw him one time have a conversation with a bunch of guys that were heckling him, a bunch of kids. And so he went over there and talked to him. And when it was over, they were like, dude, I hate him on CNN, but that dude was cool as hell. Like I saw that. It was like it changed my mind about Van Jones a lot. Like he's pretty cool. Oh my God. I think Floyd did everything except kiss him in that fight, right? Oh, Mark Driscoll's got to come in on this. I have no respect for Mark Driscoll. He just sold out completely because instead of, going through the proper channels and, repenting of how he treated people and just trying to, get on with his life and maybe preach the gospel, maybe not, like be a preacher, maybe not. He just grifted all the way over to the right. And now it's like, it's all this culture war crap. Like he's always been that person though. But I mean, everyone on the left that I've seen has denounced it. So, like, I I thought it was Lauren Boebert who was screaming. Again, like, who are these people? Like, nobody knows who they are. Like, they're a bunch of dumbasses. Uh, man, I'll tell you what, though. Yeah, no problem, Darren. I like it. I'll take another look at it in the future. Don't worry. Just keep up the good work. God, that was so senseless. Bunch of gravy seals. Yeah, yeah. There you go. Gutfield. Gutfeld. Gutless. Hmm. No, I promise that. Yeah, he's probably right. Dana White's probably right. If he goes right at Canelo, that's tailor made for him. Huh. All right. Like, oh my God. Like, this is obviously just like they posted what? Like, oh my God. Hmm. Wow. Oh, we have a Get Bear repo with Sesh. Ooh, I've seen those. Okay. Huh. I used to. I used to use Get Bear like that. Oh yeah, that's who I was thinking of. Part of the problem. Yeah. Uh, you too, Linux Grandpa. Have a great night. Oh, you were talking to him. Sorry. Uh, Arch Labs is good. Is Alex Jones gonna turn on Donald Trump? Look at this. Wow. Mm, hmm. I definitely want to see what Destiny has to say because I just hope he doesn't like do anything other than, hey, the dude's a nice guy. Because, I mean, honestly, like, you can have disagreements, but mm, Charlie Kirk's assassin didn't have the courage for this. A couple of people were a little mentally short there. Mm, Mm. I don't really care what. There we go. We got a real gravy seal there. You see this pud whacker? Ooh, I'm big and tough. I tear bark out of that dude. I mean, seriously, like he's big, but that's it. Like he's big. Like as soon as like if somebody who knows how to fight just took it to him, I guarantee you he folds. I guarantee it. Yeah, I can fight a little bit, but dude, I seriously, I'm not impressed by this man. And he's like, yeah, tread lightly, mother. Yeah, get out of here with that crap. Ooh, I'm somebody. Rest in power. I don't think it was cool that he got killed, but I mean, I do see that if people are gonna take issue with you if you tell lies, but even if you tell the truth, um, like the fine line between the lie and the truth sometimes is eerie. So anyway, Gloomy, how are you? I just got done streaming, so uh, uh anyway, I just got done checking out these distros, so just going over the news, and there's all this stuff about Charlie Kirk and a lot of these gravy seals are going out there going, hey man, we're gonna take out the world. Bunch of dumbasses. Like, seriously, like, you're just dumb if you think that. But anyway, hello there, Gloomy. Let me see here. Let me see if I got a bunch of MAGA people on my. Yeah, well, you're not the only one. I think gun reform is a good policy. Uh, I don't belong to either party. I think they're both screwed, but I mean, I'm pretty progressive in a lot of my politics, but I'm not like way left. I'm just kind of like, whatever makes sense, like with facts. But the Democrats really screwed us. Like, especially Joe Biden, he screwed us. Um, he gave us Donald Trump again. Yeah. Yeah, you too, Gloomy. I hope you have a great day. Anyway. Yeah. Ooh. Oh wow, Mehdi Hassan, you I like that. That guy is a class act. I'm a news junkie. But I gotta just say, man, I can't necessarily be a Democrat like fully because I'm a Christian. And some Democrat policies conflict with my worldview. However, most do not. I I'm not into like controlling people's lives or being in people's bedroom or whatever. Like none of that. Like some people are all about that, right? No doubt. Man, I'll tell you what. Look at this guy. God, he got him with one shot though. Dude, I'm telling you. I'm telling you, this guy was a conservative nut job. We're gonna find that out very soon. No doubt. Oh my god. Do I know anything about the show? Some more news? Sorry. I don't. I haven't seen any of the news. I'm just looking at some posts. I just find it really interesting that I find it really interesting. You know, I'm pretty outspoken as a person. You're fine, by the way. Don't you don't need to apologize. You know, I'm pretty outspoken. Um, that's just my nature. Maybe because I'm Gen X and just I shoot from the hip. But I was just like kind of curious. Let's see here. Let's go to Blue Sky. I like Blue Sky a little bit. But I'll tell you what, like, this is so tragic. Uh, yeah, it is. Yeah. So the Reichstag fire. I remember reading about this in junior high school and thought like, oh my God, how could people like not see this? But yeah. No, you're cool. Traffiton is such a class act. I like him, even though he's kind of, yeah. Some people do, but let's be fair. Like, I don't see that with Charlie. Like, I'm sure that he probably fired guns sometimes, maybe owned a couple. I don't think. You know, I kind of think this. I'm always, I kind of am starting to think Donald Trump rigged the election. I just, there's something in me. People, when he's sitting there saying that other people rigged the election, like Joe Biden, the Democrats rigged the election, he's projecting. I'm sorry, he just is. Yeah. Well, nothing about Charlie Kirk so far. Well, one clip. That was a nice shot, though. I mean, whoever did it, I mean, like, yeah, he had been doing this a while. I mean, yeah. I always find it funny how people project when they do like the same things. Like, it's like something in their DNA. They just project. There's something innate in them that they have to project. Like, take a look at like the Republicans who are like completely destroying the economy from within, right? But it's the Dems. I mean, seriously, I can name you Democrat politicians that clean up Republican messes every single year. I don't want to read that. Larimer County. Good deal. Yeah. I don't know though, man. I'm telling you, man, this is a. I wonder, like, I've always thought, like, what would happen if I had, like, a political channel where I led with facts? Like, I led with, I mean, first I lead with my Christian faith, right? But with facts. Just have adult conversations. That's one thing that Charlie did pretty well sometimes, but I think that would be like there's a big need for that, you know? Have adult conversations. Like if you're talking about like abortion, for example, like why not inform the public what an abortion actually is medically speaking so that they can like actually understand what it is. You know, like a freaking miscarriage is an abortion. Man, that dude's cooked. That dude is cooked. He's got about, I'm telling you, man, that dude is cooked. Exactly. Exactly. Of course. Being kind to people. Yeah. Like, I don't think, I don't think that people hate Christians because they hate Jesus. I think they hate Christians because they hate Christians. Like they're so horrible. I think everyone loves Jesus. Like seriously, like Gandhi loved Jesus. He hated Christians. Like they're too wacko. He was probably right. Yeah. The one thing is I try not to judge people, right? Like the LGBTQ, like there's like reasons that I can't explain. So like for me to sit there and say, man, I know what, hey, when when you die, you're cooked. I'm like, dude, just go to the Lord, like it's none of my business. I have nothing to do with it. Man, I'll tell you though, that is something. Oh, what a load of garbage here. Dude, do you know what makes me so angry? Some of these conservatives make me so angry because they're the one agitating all of this. Like, seriously, like, we're self destructing because of a bunch of self interested people. Like, they would literally, like, want their cake and eat it too. It's crazy. That's that's actually positive here to see. Like people want to talk to people. I like this. Mm. Really? Oh, you know what? Mexico just joined BRICS. I bet you that has something to do with it. China and South Korea trade, albeit uh, not that much, but they trade a lot more. China and Japan, they hate each other. They don't trade it. They trade very little. So like if there's like these steep tariffs between China and Japan, there's going to be steep tariffs between Mexico and Japan at the same time. Interesting. Also, like Mexico does trade so terribly. I mean, it's just yeah. I mean, just a fact. Anyway, it is what it is. Hmm. I used to do that. I used to repel a lot. Uh, oh, I guarantee that doesn't happen. Watch. Check this out. Okay. Check this out. Let's see here. How about laptop? Okay, so we have normal brands. MSI, Lenovo. Okay. Oh, okay. So, I was looking at this the other day. I mean, unless, um, like, okay, so that's good. Um, DLSR, DL, DSLR camera. Just looking at your fit, Hub can't say. I don't understand. So, okay, so we have some, you're going to see a lot of this right here, right? Now, sometimes you can get like Canons. These are old Canons, by the way, they're not new. But then if you go here, I was looking at this the other day. Just looking at your fit. Okay. So watch this though. Mixer. Watch this. This is where things get really interesting. Novaka. They're all Chinese. Everything is Chinese. I live in Mexico, so this is why I know this shit. All of it. Audio tech, this is ancient. Oh, my GitHub, huh? I never used YAML. YAML's kind of an interesting one. Yeah, I use pretty much everything, but look at it. It's all Chinese. It's all made in China, except for a few things that are very old. Like, there's this one pile, like, so if you take a look here, um, .com, I remember when I said laptops. Now, I used to buy computers this way, just with, from the US. I would just have to pay my taxes, right? Let's see here. So let's say like a Lenovo, for example. Lenovo, whatever. I just want to see. Okay. So just check this out. Like 60% could have them shipped to Mexico, and I would just no problem. How do I compile things from my Orange Pi 02W? I'm not sure. You have to have the libraries, and then you just have to figure out like um like you would do something like make J in proc or something like that. That will like this. That will make with like all the cores minus one, and then like make install. Doesn't really matter what you have, um, but you have to have the libraries installed. So watch this. So let me change my address here. You're gonna see something. Can't deliver it. None of these can be delivered now. All I had to do before was pay like the shipping. Oh, we got a couple here to ship to Mexico. All right. So maybe some things are able to be shipped to Mexico now. Like I checked this out a few weeks ago and I couldn't ship anything to Mexico. All right. Damn. Well, I guess that's about right. 16%, which isn't bad. I mean, it's like 8,000 pesos. What's looking nice? You should be able to. And actually, you should be able to use Pipewire with what you have. There's no reason why you can't. Use again, like you have to have the libraries. Use ChatGPT to, to compile it because I mean, it's so easy. Like whenever you have like errors or whatever, they really help you out. I've had a lot of luck compiling things from source. So very good. So some things you can ship to Mexico, like this piece of garbage. So say I wanted a Lenovo laptop. Let's see here. So there's a few that get shipped to Mexico. All right, about 20% so far. Maybe a little more, about half. Okay, cool. Yeah. Anyway. Yeah, so anyway, before though, like I was on this website and on Amazon, and all it was just a bunch of garbage from China. I mean, it was like way worse than it is now. And then I couldn't buy any computers from Mexico. It looks like they've lightened up, which is good. But um wow. Wow. Yeah, most of this is just a bunch of Chinese garbage. Like this right here. Tagoon or whatever, however you pronounce it. I mean, it might be kind of decent. I mean, hmm, you know what? I've been thinking about this. I have I have a mixer. I have a mixer that is no good anymore. And I've been thinking about trying to get it to work again. Like it'd be nice if I could try and get something going and get it to work. But anyway, yeah, like most of this is all Chinese garbage. So that surprises me that they're, basically, saying that Mexico's gonna, they basically, I mean, I hope they do crack down on Chinese industry, but yeah, I don't think it will happen. Wow. Here's my president. Wow. She might have buckled. I hope not. I hope nobody buckles to that orange piece of shite. Uh, this could work both ways. Man, paybacks are, I swear to God, when the pendulum swings back left, So that look like they're very intelligent. I mean, just doesn't looks like there's just like somebody absent, like not much there, not present. Mm. Man, don't capitulate to them. Ah. Mm. Anyway, Brian, how are you doing today? Mm. Mm. Oh, I see. All right. Oh, my computer froze. Yeah. Monica. Who's Monica? No, I'm not gonna do. All right. Hmm. Cena. That dude's so cooked. Oh, I see. Well, at least Trump says this after he's ratcheted everybody up. But I'll take it. Ooh, this is good. Ooh. I swear to God, I hope. Like, Ukraine needs a big victory, and they need to hit Moscow or Leningrad or something. It's not, is Stalingrad now? I don't remember. Yeah. Yeah. Anyway, let's see here. Who's blowing me up? Anyway, interesting. Let's look at. Anyway, there's a 30-06 bolt action rifle. Get out of here. That shot was like 200 yards. at least. I mean, the bullet in a 30-06 would reach it. But I don't know how many people have shot a 30-06. To be that accurate at like 200 yards? Oh my God. Like either like maybe this guy had a lot of practice. But like if you saw a moose at 200 yards, and a moose is huge, right? And like if you're moose hunting, for example, I know this. At 200 yards, I would take a shot in certain circumstances. I'd be pretty sure that I would hit it in the lung. That's what you try to do. You try to hit it in the lung. Like, or the heart area. But the heart area is like meat, good meat. So you try not to do that. You try to hit it right in the lung. And just wait and let it fall over and die. I might take a shot at 200 yards. I probably could hit it, but I wouldn't take that shot. It would have to be like the moose would have to be out in the open, like at the right angle and everything. Like people don't understand. Like 200 yards is a lot further than you think. I mean, now if you have a sniper rifle and high powered whatever, okay, I get it. Dude, I'm telling you, this isn't a trans person. Okay, so it has transgender ideology. Look at this. So I guarantee you, this is a right winger trying to basically push us into a civil war. Because he wants to kill him some liberals. Get the hell out of here with that stuff. You know, I don't have a problem with open carry so much. Like, if everybody wants, but I'll tell you what. I mean, if you're at school, leave your guns in your car, probably, but. Ooh. Dude, I swear to God, that person asking those questions were in on it. I'm telling you. Because if I think they're gonna find that person was in on this, because he was asking specifically how many of the shooters were trans. Remember that? And the guy has like all these trans images on the bullet itself. Oh my God. No doubt. Did you see this? Just reviewed and merged a pull request. Oh my God. What the hell is that? It's pretty good though. Uh, I'm sure it tastes better. Yeah. Oh man. Anyway, I'm off to bed, guys. Yeah, pretty much. They're gonna catch that. Hmm. Ooh, 1964 Quake. Oh my God. Hey, I know this place like the back of my hand. Downtown Anchorage. This is 4th Street. I know this place like seriously like crazy well. Um, yeah, man, that massive earthquake on Good Friday, 1964. Man, that was so massive. Wow. Terrence Crawford ain't gonna win this. Dude, I hope it happens, but yeah. It's funny how we age, right? Hmm. Yeah, this. There we go. Hey, Thomas, I see you there. Oh yeah, it's gonna get worse before it gets better. Is that who I think it is? Oh, Smallville. Never mind. No, it isn't. I thought that was Chrysostamo from Breakout or Walkout. Remember, they called them the blowouts. I read a lot about that. Oh, hmm. Yeah. You know, it's funny. It's, I'll tell you something, man. This could all turn around. But I don't think it will. I hope it does. You know, Ronald Reagan, like the freaking bottom was collapsing out of the economy until, like, you know, he made some changes. I don't even. What? I don't. I wonder what that's about. Oh, there we go.
Landlords are now in full panic. The Trump administration is introducing the most brutal landlord profit tax in U.S. history. If landlords raise rents above government set limits, the excess will face a 300% penalty tax. Raise rent by $10,000, the IRS will take $30,000. The higher they go, the harder they fall. Profits vanish instantly. For years, rent has skyrocketed 35%. Today, 40% of renters hand over more than half their income to landlords. Even worse, Wall Street funds are buying entire apartment complexes, creating artificial shortages, and trapping young people in permanent rent prisons. At a White House press conference, Trump pointed straight at the financial giants and declared, "Housing is not an ATM. Ordinary people are not crops to be harvested forever." For decades, no president dared to hit real estate capital this hard. If this bill passes, will landlords survive? Share your thoughts in the comments. Breaking news. Trump just declared war on America's rent crisis.
I would be shocked if that was true. I would be shocked. Money. I'm very. Oh, she got poor post. All right. I'm going to stop.
Now, I haven't seen this confirmed anywhere but Trump's post, and I despise everything that Kirk stood for. And when I first saw the announcement, I just walked out of therapy. I just kept walking up and down the parking lot, drinking my coffee. How the fuck did we get here? How do we stop the spiral? There was a school shooting in Colorado today. And when I saw the video, and I wish I wouldn't have watched it, my first thought was the kid in Minneapolis who said his friend was laying on top of him so he wouldn't get shot. There's no kid-sized bullet holes. The Minnesota representatives who were assassinated. That's just an assassination. And we're under this ideology that is spinning out of control, and I don't know how we stop it, and I do not want to live in a country where this is the norm. In all the times that I have despised Charlie Kirk, I never wanted him dead. He's got a 1 and a 3-year-old who didn't get to pick who their dad is. The people standing there watching him did not sign up for that. And I don't know how we stop it. I grew up in militant Christian fundamentalism where we had stockpiles of arms against the government. We were taking out to gun ranges when we were very young. We were told the government was going to use weapons against us. After Columbine happened, we were told Democrats were going to hold us at gunpoint and ask us if we believed in God, and it was our job to die for our faith. And we were told to defend our faith violently. And there was also this idea that we were going to be the only people with guns. And the reason that we were opposed to gun control was because our enemy wasn't going to have them. That's the language I was raised with. This movement by its nature is militant. Because there's this belief that it's never going to affect you. It's never going to affect your kids. It's never going to affect your family.
Wow.
It affects everyone. I am a gun owner who wants gun reform, not just for kids in schools, not just for those Democratic representatives, but for Charlie too. This is not the America I want to live in. And I don't know how we stop the spiral when we've gotten this far. I don't have the answer to that. Especially when you have movements that are saying that only this group of people are Americans. When we've treated caring about your neighbor as a weakness. Because there's 2 little kids that lost their dad today. I lost my dad at 25. And that was one of the hardest things I've ever had to experience. I don't wish that on anybody, and I don't know what we do to stop it. But we have got to wake up that this is not the way. I would like America to be as great as I was taught it was when I was a kid. And for fuck's sake, can we get some gun reform? Because I will happily take a test or do an extensive background check if it means people don't get killed like this. Now, I haven't seen...
So yesterday I posted a video of this truck, this glorious piece of artwork, to my Instagram story with a caption on top that said he must have voted for Kamala. But I had a follower message me and was like, you shouldn't be posting this stuff when 50% of people voted for Trump, and why would you lose followers? You're going to lose followers over this. So I would like to take this opportunity to set something very straight if you are a new follower of me.
Seen this confirmed anywhere, but
Charlie Kirk has died because of gun violence, and only seconds before he got shot and killed, he was talking about shootings. In fact, he was condemning trans people literally seconds before getting shot. He has been quoted for repeatedly saying that he is okay with people getting shot as long as we retain.
Maybe it's because I come from a place with consequences, but I ain't shocked by the Charlie Kirk shit at all. Where I'm from, right or wrong, if you do things that negatively impact other people's lives, there's a chance that could cost you your life. Like, say you put hands on your old lady. She goes back to her parents' house, beaten and bloody, and then her little brother sees it, decides he's had enough. He goes over to that house and he puts 3 in your chest. Ultimately, he's dead because the little brother decided to pull the trigger, but we're going to act like the hillbilly didn't have no part to play in that? Or maybe it's because I'm on the side that has historically had all of the consequences heaped upon them. Like, we're the ones who always get assassinated. Harry T. Moore, Medgar Evers, Huey Long, Harvey Milk, Malcolm X, Martin Luther King, Fred Hampton, the list goes on. None of them wanted to die. And to be sure, they died because someone came and pulled the trigger. They didn't make that decision. But we're going to act like that decision wasn't visited upon them because they decided to challenge the status quo, because they decided to negatively impact the ruling class? Now I've got a situation where I have an individual who has spent the last decade trying to strip the humanity away from everybody that he deemed lesser, out here impacting the lives of thousands, if not millions of people negatively, and I'm supposed to pretend like there are going to be no consequences. Again, whenever you do the type of things that impact, you don't know how you're impacting people's lives. You have no idea what your words or how they will affect somebody. We recognize this as leftists. I understand there's going to be people who don't like the shit that I have to say. It's cops right now who would love to put me in a bag. I get that. I go do it anyway because I believe that what I'm talking is worth dying for. I hope that Charlie Kirk feels the same, because whenever you get out here and you do the type of things that impact people negatively, you need to expect that those people you negatively impact are going to come visit consequences upon you. For right or wrong, it doesn't matter. In my world, that's the reality, and you should expect that it's going to come whether it does or not. I expect my retribution to come for the ruling class. Charlie Kirk is going to have to look out for it from every minority group that he's ever demonized. Moral of the story is, if you're going to be out here trying to impact people's lives negatively...
Charlie Kirk's last words, too many. Are we talking about gang violence? He was asked how many shootings were even by trans people. In 2023 alone, there were over 600 mass shootings in the U.S., mostly carried out by men in their 30s, and almost none by trans folks or linked to gangs. This is the same man who spent his career saying that gun deaths.
Masked armed men showed up at a school in our community, and I reshared a post to let my Instagram followers know. I'm Arizona State Senator Annalise Ortiz, and Arizona Republicans have now filed an ethics complaint against me for that. They are threatening to expel me from the state Senate, and if they don't have the votes to expel me, they want to lock me out of the Senate, strip me from my committees, and take away my office and my assistant, both of which belong to the people of LD24. This is an alarming escalation of authoritarian tactics and intimidation. Arizona Republicans want masked men to carry out police operations in secret. They want Arizonans terrified to talk about what we are witnessing with our friends, family, and neighbors. This eerily reflects the darkest moments in world history. The Trump administration is violating the Constitution every day. The future of our democracy depends on bravery. I choose to remain brave.
Charlie Kirk was assassinated. Let me tell you exactly what that means for our politics. I've spent 15 years working in political communications, understanding exactly how horrific moments like these are weaponized by the far right. And it's already happening, so let's get into it. First, I don't think Charlie Kirk was a good person. He spent much of his time pushing an extreme, divisive ideology, often diminishing the exact kind of violence that he was a victim of. But just because he wasn't an empathetic person doesn't mean that our empathy shouldn't extend to his children or the people who loved him. Second, political violence is corrosive and often only leads to more violence, more extremism. If we can't express our political views freely without violence, we don't live in a free country, and that's an attack on all of us. And it's just a
So yesterday I posted a video of this truck, this glorious piece of artwork, to my Instagram story with a caption on top that said he must have voted for Kamala. But I had a follower message me and was like, you shouldn't be posting this stuff when 50% of people voted for Trump, and why would you lose followers? You're going to lose followers over this. So I would like to take this opportunity to set something very straight if you are a new follower of me. I am not just a Connecticut reviewer. I am a mom who moved her 3 kids from Florida for a more liberal lifestyle. I am very open about our beliefs and our feelings, especially on my page. And this page is a safe space for the LGBTQIA community. It's a safe space for undocumented immigrants. It's a safe space for all races, genders, everything. I believe liberty and justice for all means for all. I have Republican family members who I love and respect, but I don't respect MAGA. That is entirely different. And while this page might not be political, everything kind of is political in this day and age. So if you want to see the best parts of Connecticut through the eyes of someone who's lived in a very conservative area, this is a page to follow. But if you don't like hearing kind of the more conservative parts of Florida and my opinions on that, this isn't the page for you. And I'm not offended that you don't want to be here. Anyway, I hope everybody has a very blue day. So yes.
That was cool.
Masked armed.
My parents were considered illegal immigrants for many years. They crossed the border in 1985. Why is that tattooed on your skin, Pat? Because it's the ultimate sacrifice. They crossed the border in their early 20s with a baby in hand, crossing a river, getting shot at, almost drowning, getting smuggled in a truck, and spending days on end suffering. It led to them being traumatized. And what was the purpose of that? Me.
Charlie Kirk losing his life to an act of gun violence while arguing about the issue of gun violence in the United States is an example of what my Uncle Butch meant when he used to say that you had to be careful or your dogma would get run over by your karma. And the fact that Kirk's last words, at least publicly, were a racist dog whistle about gang violence is tragic, not just because of the racism in the rhetoric that he was using, but because of the road that led him to that moment in that event where those were his last words. Now, all of that being said, I'm not going to celebrate the man's death because that's just not my style. But I'm also not going to condemn people that do because, quite honestly, Kirk left an indelible mark on the political landscape that has made life materially harder for a lot of people. So I'm not going to tell you how you should feel about all this, but I do want you to pay attention to something in particular, and that is the process of mythologizing Kirk that is going to play out over the following days, weeks, and months, because that has the possibility to reach much farther than anything he did in life. My concern is that we're going to see both ends of the political spectrum bolster his legacy through a variety of rhetorical tactics. My expectation is that the folks on the right will engage with this in a predictable way. They'll frame him as a martyr for free speech and liberty, so forth and so on, and that he was a rising talent that was cut down in his prime. Whereas on the left, I think you'll see two different approaches. One will be the folks who are attempting to obey the norm of being decent in the wake of a death, and so they'll say nice things about him, at least pay lip service to him, say stuff like he was a genuine contributor to political thought and that he was influential, and while they disagreed with him, he at least engaged in, intellectual arguments, that kind of thing, which most of us know is just not true. The second approach is to insult him by saying that he was some kind of charlatan or villain who was able to manipulate other people through charisma and sophistry. And the problem with this is it adds to the mythos by suggesting that the left not just hates him, but also may fear him. And that has a lot of social capital with people who are already on the right, as well as folks who could be persuaded to join the right. And so now you might be wondering, well, Dr. C, what are we supposed to do? And the truth of the matter is, I don't really know. I'm not 100% sure, but I have two guesses. The first is you let the news pass. Once it's all done in the news cycle, just let it fade away, and the influence of his legacy, let it fade away with it. Don't keep breathing life into it by keeping him relevant post-death. The second thing you can do is be vigilant and learn to identify the people who will try to fill the power vacuum that's been left behind. There will be pretenders to.
I was just at the dinner table with both of my MAGA parents. We were watching the news that was talking about Trump's new big beautiful bill, and of course my dad was like, oh fuck yeah, like big beautiful bill. My mom was just kind of clueless, and she was like, what is it? And so I'm standing across the kitchen and I'm like, oh, they're making cuts to Medicaid, because they are. My father, who, keep in mind, he did not go to school, he dropped out early, got his GED, never went to college. And like, no shade on the man, like, he's made a living for himself, but like, he's not educated whatsoever. So when he shouts at me from across the kitchen, no the fuck they're not touching Medicaid, you have no idea what you're talking about. What? I'm sorry, like, Google is free. But God was with me, don't worry. 30 seconds later, the news switches and is like, Trump cuts however many $1 million from Medicaid. Look at that. I was right. I was still wrong though, for some reason. I don't remember how, but yeah, what I said wasn't true. Because I'm just an idiot. I'm just a 20-year-old girl who graduated from high school with honors and is currently in college.
Well, they're out here trying to rewrite history about who Charlie Kirk is, and I ain't having it. This is Old Texas Paul. Hope your coffee's as good as mine. Hell, I really do hope it's better. Charlie Kirk was a bigot. He's an awful human being, and the world is better off without him. That's a fact. That is just a fact. That man said black people weren't intelligent enough to fly airplanes, and he doxed people he didn't agree with. He wasn't a free speech advocate. He was a jackass. He was a bully. He used his organization.
Oh, all right. I really am going to lose followers for this one, but this time I really don't give a fuck. This does not feel like the America that I grew up loving. And before you lose your fucking mind, let me explain. On Monday, September 8th, the United States Supreme Court just gave full permission to ICE agents to be able to detain you for however long they see fit based on things solely like your fucking skin color until they are satisfied that you are here legally. Before I get a bunch of bootlickers in the comment section of this video that say, oh, that's not what they said, here's a screenshot from the official Supreme Court ruling that says word for word, apparent race or ethnicity. Look.
Yesterday, a conservative Republican named Charlie Kirk was unalived during one of his infamous debates where he goes to college campuses and conducts political debates. He debates in favor of the conservative right wing. He's made a career out of perpetuating hateful policies against the LGBTQ community, immigrants, gun control, abortion, all of the hot topics. And he does this disguised as a follower of Christ. Ironically, he was unalived at the very same second that he was defending our right to bear arms. Last night and this morning, as an American, my personal feed has been filled with condemnation of his unaliving by many that have remained completely silent about mass deportations, the ICE raids, the war in Gaza, the banning of abortion. And I find it quite interesting, and what I take from this is that they're all screaming the same thing: political violence is never acceptable. Meanwhile, the United States Supreme Court 3 days ago ruled in favor of upholding unconstitutional detainment of humans and otherwise United States citizens just for looking Hispanic, just for speaking Spanish, just for having a...
Hello everybody. Okay, I just got some news that I have to share with you. I just got word that Governor Newsom's office is right now pushing back on a part of our menopause bill that is crucial. It's the part that
I will call Charlie Kirk a martyr because technically, by definition, a martyr is someone who dies for their beliefs, religious or otherwise. Charlie Kirk believed in the gun lobby. He was a proponent for the gun lobby. He spoke many times how loss of life due to gun violence is okay, and it's just part of the deal. It's part of the deal of having our Second Amendment right, in his opinion. And he believed it so hard it came true for him. He believed it so hard that God said, okay, Charlie, let's show them what you believe in front of your wife and your children and in front of hundreds of college students in their first weeks of school and in front of the world on the...
What a disgusting, racist bigot J.D. Pritzker is. You and I are both Latino. And listen, I don't want to get between J.B. Pritzker and the Domino's pizza line.
Este es un mensaje para Ted Cruz. Ted, tú no eres latino. ¿No tienes un corazón latino? ¿No tienes pasión para tu gente latina? No vales madre. Y simplemente el hecho que este cabrón de Donald Trump está jodiendo tu gente todos los días, separando familias, quitándonos trabajos, separándonos de nuestros padres, atacando a los inmigrantes que solamente vinieron a trabajar, y tú no has levantado ni siquiera un dedo para ayudar a tu gente latina. Y no lo has hecho porque tú no vales madre, porque tú eres un cobarde. Entonces no empieces que tú eres un latino. No sabes la primer cosa de qué es ser un latino, un hispano. Porque nosotros nos queremos, nos ayudamos, compartimos entre nosotros y con otras personas también. Estamos aquí para mejorar este país, pero personas como tú, hispanos como tú, que el único valor es el amor al dinero y el amor a Donald Trump, no valen madre.
What a disgusting...
And it's a plague that reaches all the way down here. You supply them. You supply them, and you guys won't do anything about it to stop it. Not you, not your president, not your... nothing, okay? So you are all directly responsible for what happens down here. So when you guys ask us to feel bad, how do you feel? Do you want me to tell you how I really feel? One white man down compared to the thousands of Mexican citizens that are lost to gun violence because of your lack of gun control. So no, I don't feel any type of way about it.
Pero si eres mexicano y sigues haciendo esto, no le estás apostando a tu propio país. Soy franco-mexicana y en Francia alrededor de los años 2010-2015 hubo una política muy fuerte del hecho en Francia para impulsar el consumo de productos hechos localmente, resultando para Francia en un aumento de empleos, fortalecimiento de sus industrias y más resiliencia económica local. ¿Por qué creo que es importante aplicar la misma cosa a México y comprar mexicano? Cada peso que gastas es un voto económico. Si ese voto se lo...
I just want to talk about how intentional God is with my life right now. So at the beginning of this year, I was rejected by a bunch of teams, got cut by one team, and I really was thinking about quitting baseball.
Unfortunately, right-wing commentator Charlie Kirk has passed away. He was shot in the neck today at one of his college events, and I see a lot of people on the left celebrating his...
We're a nation of
Hey,
immigrants.
Darren was
This country
asking
was not
about you
built
today.
Before this, I was
by immigrants. This country was built by settlers who came here and built this country from nothing.
Y'all see that Habsburg chin, right?
Genes are passed down from parents to offspring.
So y'all already know that whatever's about to come out of that cousin-loving jawline is gonna be delusional. Are we talking about the same plague-ridden illegals whose teeth were literally rotting out of their heads and had lice doing cartwheels on their scalps? The same illegal settlers who brought to this continent rats, fleas, and 30 different diseases, claiming they built this country from nothing. The same settlers who had no clue how to manage their own shit. Literally, they dumped piss and feces outside of their windows onto the streets that they walked on daily and called that civilization. So if you ever wonder where the saying, you don't have a pot to piss in or a window to throw it out of comes from, that's where. And while your ancestors were marinating in their own waste, My indigenous ancestors already built man-made structures taller than anything in Europe that had already been standing strong for many, many centuries before Europeans
Preach it, girl.
even started learning how to build. My indigenous ancestors were mastering astronomy, irrigation, agriculture, managing sanitation systems, and practicing hygiene,
Like
including
facts.
oral
Oh my
hygiene.
God. And
So,
science.
look, I will not be celebrating this man's death. Okay? I will also not be celebrating this man's life. I won't be celebrating this guy. And I think that the conversation we should be having is the fact that there is a huge difference between celebrating something and understanding something. And of course, I do not condone the violence that happened yesterday. And I do not believe in celebrating gun violence. I want gun reform so that there's less gun violence. But we as a society should consistently seek understanding. We should want to be in.
Okay guys, so basically what's happening right now is that there are paper flyers that have been thrown from the airplanes. The kids are chasing them. When these papers are thrown, they're always informants that you need to evacuate this area. So I just went, and because they got some papers downstairs, so I asked them from upstairs like what happened. They're saying that this place has to be evacuated, and that the safe areas are the Mawasi areas, which is like areas in the south by the beach. And I went in by the window. Everyone has their head out the window, so I asked what it said. They told me, and everyone's like, "What did it say?" And it's like everyone just sticking their heads out of their windows, like, "What did it say?" And I'm like, "Evacuation." Everyone's like, "Fuck." Everyone's just like really upset. And there's people already moving. That man just stumped right there. He's like, "What the hell am I gonna do? I have kids." Hell. Anyway, but like I said, I'm not leaving. This is the first time I find like a place that I'm like super comfortable, and like when I'm out, I just feel like, oh my god, when am I gonna get home? I just go out to connect to internet or like do like the charity events or something like important. So if I'm gonna die, I'm dying in this apartment. I'm not dying moving around in tents or in places that Okay guys, so they just got me a paper from downstairs. I'm gonna read it and translate it. اللي ساكن بواجد مدينة غزة جيش الدفاع الإسرائيلي. Okay, so basically it's saying like for the people who are living in Gaza, the Israeli army
Father David here. The assassination of Charlie Kirk was wrong, evil, and disgusting. Full stop. The assassination of Melissa and Mark Horton from Minnesota was wrong, evil, and disgusting.
Yes.
Full stop.
I've been thinking a lot about what I want to say in this video, and I'm just going to go ahead and say it. If this is the first time you're seeing me, my name's Z. I run an organization called National Ground Game and the Unfuck America Tour, which is the counter to Charlie Kirk's Turning Point USA. And I just want to start by saying that I'm so disgusted from both sides of the aisle, the reaction that we've gotten, not just towards me, but towards my entire team the past 24 hours. I could hardly go online yesterday. The person that was debating
what? Let's see. Second.
Charlie at the event when he was shot was actually part of the Unfuck.
Oh.
Informed. We should want to be.
They're coming after us, and okay, basically, I'm not really perfect at reading Arabic. I mean, I can, but I just didn't understand So basically just saying like move into these areas. Okay guys, so basically what's happening right now is that there are paper flyers that have been thrown.
I've been thinking a lot about what I want to say in this video, and I'm just going to go ahead and say it. If this is the first time you're seeing me, my name's Z. I run an organization called National Ground Game and the Unfuck America Tour, which is the counter to Charlie Kirk's Turning Point USA. And I just want to start by saying that I'm so disgusted from both sides of the aisle, the reaction that we've gotten, not just towards me, but towards my entire team the past 24 hours. I could hardly go online yesterday. The person that was debating Charlie at the event when he was shot was actually part of the Unfuck.
Te digo lo siguiente, no para asustarte, pero para que sepas lo que estamos enfrentando. Salió un comunicado por correo electrónico con Acreetion OS, que es la jefa de aquí de los de la...
Hey everyone, quick reminder that although I do a lot of political speech here, I am not a politician. I am a practicing attorney, I'm a workers' rights advocate, and a civil rights advocate.
I have thought about going to Mexico every single day since I lost my job.
Trump didn't even waste a day to weaponize Charlie.
Mexico is doing exactly what the United States refuses to do. Right now, more than 8.3 million people are being lifted out of poverty, and this has happened in just 4 years. The poverty rate is at a historic low of 29.6%, and extreme poverty is down nearly 25%. And this is not because of trickle-down economics. It's because the government forced a major shift. Minimum wage has tripled since 2018. In the US, that would be equivalent to $21.75 an hour for everyone across the country, regardless of where they work. And in 2024, Mexico implemented a constitutional reform that guarantees minimum wage to always keep up with inflation. Under President Claudia Sheinbaum, there's a wave of new programs that are not optional, and they're literally tools of survival. Pensions for older women, because we all know that women live longer than men. Scholarships for every public school student. Food programs to help farmers are being recognized as basic rights. And in the most rural areas, healthcare is being delivered straight to people's homes. But of course, critics are quick to judge. They say this won't stop the cartels. But let's be for real, the root of cartels is poverty. For decades, desperation has made organized crime the only way out for millions of Mexicans. So if you uplift people out of poverty, you cut off that pipeline that feeds the cartels. For Mexico, this is not charity or handouts. It's truly being recognized as investments for the stability of the country and dignity for its people. It's also a direct attack on inequality and removing the root of the problem that leads to organized crime. Something the US constantly talks about but refuses to actually do. Instead, it continues to gut civil liberties and blames poverty on immigrants and people of color. Mexico is showing the world what happens when a nation chooses to build from the bottom up. And as we're seeing in Mexico, when the poor rise, everyone rises.
Yeah, I'll say.
¿Escuchaste alguna vez decir que los aztecas oprimían más que los españoles? Esto es algo que me dejaron en varios comentarios a lo largo de los videos que fui subiendo, por eso quiero aclarar algunas cosas. Esa comparación no es inocente y esconde una excusa muy vieja: justificar la conquista, la violencia y el genocidio que vino después. Tulio Alperindongui lo deja en claro: la violencia precolombina no puede compararse con la violencia de la maquinaria imperial de Occidente, y que trajo subordinación económica, destrucción cultural y un orden racial que duró siglos. Sí, obvio que el pueblo mexica dominaba a otros pueblos, pero no arrasó con un continente entero. No impuso un sistema de castas raciales, no arrasó con el 90% de la población por enfermedades, guerras o trabajo forzado. Eso lo hizo Europa. Enrique Dussel escribió: no fue un encuentro entre culturas. Fue una invasión colonial porque se negó al otro como legítimo ser humano. Pero y antes de esa invasión, ¿cómo vivían los pueblos originarios? Algunos tenían sistemas imperiales como los aztecas o los incas. Otros vivían en confederaciones como los guaraníes o los mapuches. Muchos eran pueblos agrícolas, astrónomos, nómadas o artistas. En palabras de León Portilla, eran culturas que tenían matemática, escritura, poesía, medicina ancestral e incluso, y es lo más importante, una espiritualidad profunda. Y esto es algo que hay que erradicar. La conquista no civilizó. Todo lo contrario, interrumpió civilizaciones. Svetan Torov lo resume así: lo que se perdió con la conquista fue una posibilidad distinta de humanidad. Entonces, no repitamos discursos coloniales, porque criticar al colonialismo no es idealizar a los pueblos originarios. Justamente es contar la historia completa. Es no justificar una masacre con un prejuicio. A lo largo de todo el video les fui dejando referencias bibliográficas para que puedan profundizar un poco más sobre estos temas. Y vos, que naciste en América, ¿qué pensás al respecto? Te leo en los comentarios, así debatimos entre todos. ¿Escuchaste alguna vez decir que los aztecas oprimían más que los españoles? Esto es algo que me dejaron en varios comentarios a lo largo de los...
We got some breaking news in the Epstein-Donald Trump scandal. Bloomberg has gotten its hands on tens of thousands of emails belonging to Jeffrey Epstein, effectively his inbox.
Wow.
And it, once and for all, demonstrates that Ghislaine Maxwell lied under oath when she was giving what Donald Trump hoped would be helpful information, credible information to his lackey, Todd Blanche of the Department of Justice. It was all a lie. The only thing I think she said that was true was her name. Because inside that treasure trove of emails that Bloomberg and now we have been able to access were the gift list of $1.8 million worth of gifts, mostly through her, that Jeffrey Epstein gave not only wealthy people, including Bill Clinton being listed, Alan Dershowitz.
Oh, this ain't going away.
Me pasaron un audio muy dramático de una mamá.
And who said that gasoline theft was a thing of mustachioed men from Hidalgo? Well, no, today we found out that even those in white uniforms and golden epaulets, well, they also get into the business. Let me tell you the gossip, and it's not just any gossip. It turns out that none other than the Vice Admiral Manuel Roberto Farias, nephew-in-law of the former Secretary of the Navy, Rafael Ojeda, fell. Just as they heard it, a big fish of those who swore to protect the country. But it seems that they rather protected the flow of gasoline, of course, to the black market. They caught him along with several businessmen and officials in an operation that uncovered a network of fiscal huachicol. Where did it all come from? From the mega seizure of 100 million liters of fuel in the port of Tampico. That one that happened a few months ago. And watch out, we're not talking about 3 hidden jugs in a workshop. No, we're talking about boatloads. The Secretary of Security, Omar Garcia Harfuch, confirmed this arrest and also said that there will be more detentions. And do you know what that means? That the huachicol no longer just smells like gasoline. It also reeks of high-ranking corruption. I think we already knew that. So you already know, in Mexico, he who doesn't jump steals, and he who steals falls sooner or later. Although we are honest, with 10 million liters, they surely managed to fill up to the yachts of Acapulco, or half a state, as if it were an official franchise. Before they caught them, and hear very well, by Omar Garcia Harfuch, and for all those who are working hard to clean up our streets, and it's that we have so much trash disguised as officials, that our pockets are filled with our money, our resources. And who said that gasoline theft was a thing of mustachioed men from Hidalgo? Well, no, today we found out that even those in white...
Holy shit. Yesterday, while we were focused on Charlie Kirk and on yet another school shooting, there were 2 very important things that happened yesterday. They held a vote. They tried to squeeze in a vote on the Jeffrey Epstein release files. They voted no. Just about all Republicans voted no, and a 51-49 no vote. Then Benjamin Netanyahu's corruption trial kicked back off after being delayed, and our country has openly talked about doing anything they can to stop his corruption trial. By the way, one of the only Israeli prime ministers to ever be indicted while being the prime minister on corruption. Actually, I may have misspoke. He may not have been indicted, but he was charged or something to be under investigation. He is one of the only prime ministers to be in the situation he's in as active prime minister. So Israel killed Charlie Kirk. Holy shit. Yesterday, while we were focused on Charlie Kirk and yet another school shooting, there were two very important things that happened yesterday. They held a vote. They tried to...
Last April, I stood right over there. It was debating my bill to lower the cost of groceries for Colorado families. At that time...
I find it so ironic that Charlie Kirk fans keep telling me that he was killed for having his free speech that he was entitled to, but the things that I'm saying against Charlie Kirk means that I am a communist and I need to get the fuck out of the country. Also, the amount of times that I have been...
Charlie Kirk didn't deserve this. He said a few deaths a year are worth it if it meant preserving our God-given right to bear arms. He actively fought against women's rights. He's openly Islamophobic and he spreads anti-trans rhetoric. He supported the ethnic cleansing.
Breaking news. We have a good relationship with Korea. The raid at the Hyundai factory won't affect our relationship. So, we're gonna read some comments from the Korean news website. You dumb. It's like a school bully beat the shit out of the victim and shouting after we have a good friendship. They really say they have some power, so he lift us, drop us, beat us, now suing us. They don't care about how hurt and betrayed we feel. They think of us as something to be used for. I'm worried, angry, and my pride is hurt even though I have nothing to do with it. I wonder how the family must feel. All the company should pull out the investment from America. The Americans who enters Korea with a tourist visa and teaching English, we should chain them up. Only if he was issuing the work visa as promised. He's talking nonsense. There's no other low-class thug like him. He's ripping off the whole world except he's frozen when it comes to China or Russia. World's #1 disliked person. Cancel all investment and return home immediately. It seems like playing devil is fun for him. Those American imperialist, racist, far-right demons need to be eradicated. Dog is barking. It seems like they're playing games. Boycott the tariff negotiations. It'll be better to use that money to cover the losses and stay out of it. The US who elected such a person as a president, or Korea who elected our own president, are the same. The only answer is withdrawal. They need to feel the fire dropping on their feet to finally come to their senses. They do politics like business, and they dream of being a dictatorship. He's the worst monster to have appeared on Earth in the 21st century. He may be even worse than Hitler. Unbelievable.
Is that your apartment? Man, just feels like everything just fell into place. Why, okay? Gracias. Welcome to my crib.
Rest in peace to Pedro Colorado, who committed suicide just a few days after self-deporting to Mexico. Mental health is a topic that is not talked about enough when it comes to deportation and the lack of resources that the Mexican government has failed to provide for those of us that find ourselves in those situations. This hits really close to home for me as somebody that was deported and also experienced suicidal tendencies within the first year. Luckily, I had family to lean on, and if it wasn't for them, I don't think that I would have made it. I have often said that deportation is a death sentence for some of us, and this is a sad reality check that not all of us make it down here. I came across a story from No Comienzos, which is a nonprofit organization that was founded by another deported immigrant, not the government. And they have pretty much blasted the Mexican government for not only failing to provide resources, but for failing to facilitate in them being able to provide resources to people in the states facing deportation. No Comienzos recently reached out to the Secretary of Exterior Relations asking for assistance in sending these little boxes that had materials, resources for people that are facing deportation. And in those boxes includes suicide prevention information that could potentially save a life. They are showcasing his story as a perfect example of why we need more resources for mental health, along with a lot of other things. I know that Claudia Sheinbaum recently started, the Welcome Home Mexico Te Abraza and is providing short-term relief at the border. But I think the real focus now needs to be on what is the Mexican government providing afterwards. There are no resources. Recently, I had a experience here in Puerto Vallarta where I had a friend that was struggling with mental health and there was nowhere to take them.
with the exception of a private hospital that cost tons of money. I feel like his story is really important to share and to showcase the grim reality of what deportation can mean for some of us. So if you can help share his story, and I'm also going to tag here no comienzos so that you guys can stay up to date with information, because this is a story that is not going to make it to the news unless we make it get there. And I think it's a story that needs to be heard because it's a reality that a lot of us are facing.
En la frontera norte, donde el río Bravo y un horrible muro dividen a México de Estados Unidos, se encuentra el Cerro de Anapra. Es ahí donde encontré diferentes depósitos de arcilla entre cristales de calcio y óxido ferroso. Tomé algunas muestras de los distintos materiales y me los llevé al taller para procesarlos y trabajar con ellos. Y es así como logré sacar 4 arcillas de diferentes colores, 100% locales. Solo a la bola más pequeña le agregué un poco de pigmento azul cobalto para agregarle un toque de radiación, de color a las piezas que voy a armar. Cuando usas una pella con arcillas de diferentes colores, te queda un efecto marmoleado, pero no era lo que yo quería encontrar diferentes patrones, como cuando partes un pedernal a la mitad. Entonces se me ocurrió hacer una pieza con paredes más gruesas para ir entresacando todos estos tonos y patrones diferentes. Usé toda esta pedacería para armar unos platos y otras piezas. Siento muy orgullosa de mí misma porque esta técnica de construcción se me ocurrió a mí, pero estoy segurísima que yo no la inventé. Seguramente algún romano hace 2000 años la hizo primero que yo. El resultado de la primer quema salió excelente. A 960 grados nada se cuarteó ni se derritió. Luego me gusta mojar las piezas para ver más o menos cómo van a quedar después de la segunda cocción con esmalte. ¡Ah, estoy emocionadísima! Ven.
Pues me reportaron este bache, compadre, aquí en la López Mateos. Dicen que se han chocado aquí con esta parte, agarra como un filo y se han roto muchas llantas y muchos rines. Vamos a darle, compadrito, en chinga. Lo primero que vamos a hacer, vamos a darle la limpieza. Es quitar toda la tierra esta. Se rompió. Pues que es con fuerza, güey. Así mero me la voy a aventar. Van a decir, dejen la arena. Yo sé lo que les digo. Mejor vamos a dejar el asfalto para que pesque bien aquí, mira. ¡Saludos! ¡Saludos al potro, oiga! ¿Qué te la sabes, comadre? Estas piezas hay que quitarlas, compadre, porque se hacen desmadre después. Ahora sí vamos a empezar a vaciar los costales de asfalto. Vamos a empezar con esos.
But don't you have to heat that up a little?
La escobona del potro. Ahí para que me manden para otra. Bueno, el material. Sale una distribución lo más uniforme que se pueda. ¡Vale! ¡Saludos! Todo, compadre. Esta es la segunda capa. Ya fue la primera. Falta la segunda. Para que amarre. Pura calidad. Vamos a darle otra distribución. Esta es la segunda capa. Vamos a ver si ocupa una tercera. Esta fue la segunda capa. Está buena la chinga, oiga. Vamos por la capa 3, ¿ok? Importante es de que quede bien hecho. Vamos a meterle otro. Parece un volcán, pero ahorita lo vamos a distribuir. Cálmense. Y una agüita, oiga, nada para el potro. Se lo prometo que lo leí. Por eso vine. Aquí vive mi tía a la vuelta. Aquí estamos dando la tercera. Vamos a sentar la mamalona. Vamos a darle el pezuñazo del potro, mira. Aquí traigo la pezuñota. Marcar aquí con esta pintura que está muy buena, mira. Y ahora sí, compadre, darle como este costumbre. Pezuñazo del potro, mira. Ándile, Dios te bendiga. Un bache más. Ahí andamos, raza. Ya no caímos en el bache, tacuache.
That's so awesome.
Pues me reportaron.
Julia, how did you meet your trafficker? Oh, I'm so glad you asked. I met this man on Facebook. His name is Kurt Knewitz. Technical term for this is called a recruiter. This is a person who knows a trafficker who sets you up with one. I didn't know it at the time, but that person is best friends with Rick Hubbard, my trafficker, the one that trafficked me to a billionaire. Some red flags I shouldn't have ignored. Well, he consistently talked about all of the sexual escapades that he and Rick had been on. They were constantly.
Vamos con todo, chicas. Bueno. ¡Pista, pista! Voy. ¡Vamos, échale! Para allá. Aguanta, Santita. La curva está fea, fea. Oh. ¿Por acá?
Fondo izquierda, fondo izquierda, fondo izquierda. Fondo izquierda.
Para allá. Ok. ¡A la madre! Eso fue todo.
True story. Preach it, girl. Very good. Yes. Wow. Wise words. Yes. I like this. Ooh. He's a moron. She's definitely right. Oh, God, that's stupid. Pinche nopal de la frente. Ooh, nice little grift there, man. I like this guy. Yep. Yep. Yeah. Female Supreme. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Oh wow. Oh please. Man, Terrence, if you do it, I'll definitely give you all the credit in the world. I just think you're gonna get your ass knocked out. Canelo ain't no joke. Be quiet. Mm-hmm. Mm. Hmm. True. Huh. Oh man. Oh. I used to be able to do that a little bit. Like, I don't know about that, but pretty close, probably. Watch this. Oh. No kidding. Good question. Good question. Or maybe. It was. No, 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 no. There's Whoopi Goldberg? I thought it was. Oh my God. Oh my God. You know what? I've seen this story already, but with Richard Gere. So now we know it's just bull crap, right? Mm. Oh my God. Basta de reggaetón, punto. No mames. Oh God, that is so great. I don't think that. Mm. Yeah. God, Nancy Mace is such a. Oh my God. She's such a dirtbag. Mm. You see, oh yeah. She's won like a couple of gold medals. Daniela Sousa. Yeah. Let's see what Bernie Sanders.
I want to say a few words regarding the terrible murder yesterday of Charlie Kirk, someone who I strongly disagreed with on almost every issue, but who was clearly a very smart and effective communicator and organizer, and someone unafraid to get out into the world and engage the public. My condolences go out to his wife and his family. A free and democratic society, which is what America is supposed to be about, depends upon the basic premise that people can speak out, organize, and take part in public life without fear, without worrying that they might be killed, injured, or humiliated for expressing their political views. In fact, that is the essence of what freedom is about and what democracy is about. You have a point of view, that's great. I have a point of view that is different than yours. That's great. Let's argue it out. We make our case to the American people at the local, state, and federal levels, and we hold free elections in which the people decide what they want. That's called freedom and democracy. And I want as many people as possible to participate in that process without fear. Freedom and democracy is not about political violence. It is not about assassinating public officials. It is not about trying to intimidate people who speak out on an issue. Political violence, in fact, is political cowardice. It means that you cannot convince people of the correctness of your ideas, and you have to impose them through force. Every American, no matter what one's political point of view may be, must condemn all forms of political violence and all forms of intimidation. We must welcome and respect dissenting points of view. That's what our Constitution is about. That's what our Bill of Rights is about. That, in fact, is what freedom is about. The murder of Charlie Kirk is part of a disturbing rise in political violence that threatens to hollow out public life and make people afraid of participating. From the January 6, 2021 attack on the United States Capitol, to the attempted assassination of Donald Trump, to the attack on Paul Pelosi, to the attempted kidnapping of Michigan Governor Whitmer, to the murder of Minnesota's Speaker of the House, Melissa Hortman, and her husband, to the arson attack on Pennsylvania Governor Josh Shapiro, to the shooting of United Health Executive Brian Thompson, and the shooting several years ago of Representative Steve Scalise, this chilling rise in violence has targeted public officials across the political spectrum.
Yes.
Sadly, this is not a new phenomenon. We all remember the assassinations of President Kennedy, Dr. Martin Luther King Jr., Senator Robert F. Kennedy, John Lennon, Medgar Evers, and the attempted assassinations of President Ronald Reagan and Alabama Governor George Wallace. This is a difficult and contentious moment in American history. Democracy in our country and throughout the world is under attack. And there are a lot of reasons for that which need serious discussion. But bottom line, if we honestly believe in democracy, if we believe in freedom, all of us must be loud and clear. Political violence, regardless of ideology, is not the answer and must be condemned. Thank you very much.
What a class act Bernie is. I always have appreciated Bernie Sanders. Ooh. Man, the Mariners are hot. Oh God, what a scumbag. I'm gonna bite my tongue. Oh man, that is funny. That is so funny because Juan Manuel Marquez like always tries to belittle Canelo. I don't even know why.
His kids don't deserve that, man. His wife and children were in attendance, dude. Imagine, you know, imagine being a 12-year-old, you know, watching your dad die. Nobody deserves that. Not even Charlie Kirk.
I agree.
Nobody deserves that.
That was kind of my reaction. I mean, it's kind of a gut punch, you know, like I don't like what the guy said, but spoken like a true champion. I always had a love for Noam Chomsky. Huh. No kidding. Yeah, doubt. Yeah, he did do it. Jerónimo. No doubt.
Having a super Spanish name living in the US has the racists in my comments saying, don't feel so entitled, we don't have to pronounce your name the correct way, we're in an English-speaking country. Oh, but you guys can say Tchaikovsky or charcuterie board without stuttering, but you draw the line at Viridiana. My Spanish name isn't the issue, your racism is. Stop confusing entitlement with basic respect.
Girl.
Learning someone's name is basic respect. You guys can pronounce.
She's such a beautiful person with, her and her husband are beautiful people. Like people I would go have a drink with, like my wife and I would go have a drink with that family any day of the week. Yeah. Ooh, nice. I mean, I don't really like the GNOME desktop. Whoa, I don't know what this is all about, but okay. Shawnee Cycling Club. Ooh, yes. This is kind of what my breakfast usually looks like with some hot sauce. One day. Yep. Ooh, that's nice. That's Mount Fuji. I don't know, I think this is Kyoto, I think. Those are the cherry blossoms.
Could you say something nice to me in Cantonese? I mean, really nice. Just for me to take home with me.
Kiếm lại lầu mẫu.
And what did you say? Because I know what it sounds like to me. The answer is yes.
Huh?
But
It means you have lovely eyes.
It's the one and only Jingle Bell.
God, Brandon.
could you say something nice to me?
He was, oh man, it's so bad that he is gone.
The country is still shocked and horrified by yesterday's assassination of conservative activist Charlie Kirk. However you feel about his politics, he was a young father of 2 small children and an American who has the constitutional right to express his opinion in safety.
Yep.
It should go without saying that violence is never the answer to political disagreement, but I think these days it should be said as often as possible. And in such troubling moments, I'm grateful to any leader who, instead of dividing us, points to our common humanity. Yesterday, Speaker Mike Johnson made a call to bring the temperature down.
We need everyone who has a platform to say this loudly and clearly. We can settle disagreements and disputes in a civil manner, and political violence must be called out, and it has to stop. Political violence has become all too common in American society, and this is not who we are.
I agree with that sentiment. We should be able to settle our disagreements civilly. In the end, as Americans, we are all brothers and sisters. Or at least Mike Johnson and I look like we are.
Always the jokester. Yes.
It is really dangerous to talk about Charlie Kirk right now. As we speak, there are websites that people have created to start tracking and retaliating against people that have contributed to online hateful rhetoric, because that's what they're blaming this on. And these aren't just lists of public figures, it is lists of comments from people like you. And they're doing this because of the president's response, which was to hijack something awful and use it for his own political gain. The thing is,
No doubt. Hmm. No kidding. I've tried to install that. I wanna. Do they tell you how to install this? I tried to install it. If they tell me how I can install it. I wonder how I could install this on. All right, let's see. Nice. Wow. Interesting. No sé qué voy a hacer. El día de independencia. That's pretty nice.
Incredible, boys. Thank you.
Dude, like all the shit talking that they were doing, dude, they're friends. This ain't gonna be this ain't gonna, I'm telling you right now, this ain't gonna be a fight worth watching. I mean, I think it'll be competitive, but like, I don't think anybody's really gonna hurt anyone. But maybe I'm wrong. Hmm. Ooh. I'm telling you, if you could rid Mexico of poverty, oh my God. Uh, wow. I couldn't agree, but anyway. Hold on. You know, I hate this, man. I saw the interview with Charlie Kirk and that dude. I forget his name. Um, I never once saw him celebrate. I never once saw him celebrate that. Kyle Rittenhouse, that was his name. I never once saw Charlie Kirk celebrate. He, uh, they never celebrated a guy. And it wasn't an act of political violence. It was self-defense. I mean, if you ever read the case, dude, stop. That's nonsense. I think the kid should have stayed at home. Well, I mean, honestly. Like, let's just be grown-ups. I know a lot of people disagree with me, but I've actually I guarantee that's not true. Wow. Anyway, I gotta go to bed. Oh, nice. Reseda, this is Karate Kid, right? No doubt. What a what a dirtbag. Oh yeah, absolutely. Ooh, yeah, I know where this is. Ooh, Seward? Yes, yeah, this is a Seward highway. Sorry, a Tudor. Going on to the Seward highway. Yeah, I would know this anywhere. I used, I used to drive through here all the time. Oh, that just looks cold. Praise you, Jesus. Aaron Brockovich, yeah, the PG&E debacle, yeah. Uh-huh. Mm.
The murder of Charlie Kirk has plunged America into a dark and dangerous place. And frankly, I don't know how we get out of it. But I do know this. We can't keep lying to ourselves about who we are as a country. Every time a burst of public violence disrupts our illusion of America, we hear the same empty ritual. This is not who we are. Violence has no place in America. Those are lies. This is exactly who we are. America was birthed in violence, founded in the brutality of genocide and slavery, and it continues to be violent today with more gun deaths per capita than any other industrialized society. From the Trail of Tears to Tulsa to the Tree of Life, violence has always been the American way. It has silenced presidents from Lincoln to JFK and prophets from Medgar to Malcolm to MLK. It did not begin with the shots fired at Republicans Charlie Kirk, Donald Trump, or Steve Scalise, nor with the attacks on Democrats Gabby Giffords, Paul Pelosi, or Melissa Hortman. It is part of our collective DNA as a nation, the blood-stained memory in the stolen soil of the land. We are not now and never have been United States. Charlie Kirk's death makes that plain. One side crowns him a martyr, lowers the flag, and pins a posthumous medal on his coffin. The other cannot escape the consequences of the venom he spat at women, black, brown, and queer people. Yet we are scolded for naming his bigotry.
I mean, he had things he would say that was, I would say, a little like narrow-minded, but none of that's true. I mean, I think when you don't see how the world really works, right? You want something, you want it so bad because you believe in it. I mean, some of those things I believe in, but also I understand how things work, how things are just really complicated. Ooh. Dang. Anyway, I gotta get out of here. Guys, I gotta go to sleep. Hey, take care of each other, and I'll see you soon. Maybe tomorrow. I don't know.